Hello everybody, we're live and going to try out something a little bit different tonight. We're going to deep dive into the mechanic that is movement and speed. So we're going to go ahead and jump over to the wiki here real quick. So if you go to the wiki, there we go. It's got a whole section on player speed. So this is what we're going to go into tonight. We're going to go ahead and build ourselves out some test areas. We're going to see how much difference it makes in a racetrack type format and then in some real world type of stuff. So if you're not familiar with it, there is a walking and running speed. We'll take a look at that. We've got the horse, and then everything else is just based off buffs that you can get. So that's what we're going to kind of try to put together today. All right, first things first. I started working on this track a while ago. We're going to do a bunch of different scenarios in here. So we do have some stuff to clean up here. I do have a lot of cheats installed here that will help us just move around and stuff like that. Okay. So this section here needs to be cleared out. Hey, congratulations, our first jackpot of the night. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to knock all this stuff out here. Okay. All right. So what I'm hoping to do is I'm hoping to actually build out a set of parameters here so we can go ahead and do some testing. And then I'll probably end up making a video down the road. It's a more condensed version. But for today, we're going to like test, figure stuff out, all that kind of stuff. Then I want to do some like mine, like run to the mines and then back again, some stuff like that. All right, let's go ahead and clear these out. Clear that. So I'm building this in such a way that I can crop it in Premiere. Kinda. This is just a test save that we're going to use to experiment with. So it's not really a playthrough per se. It's mostly just us trying to figure some stuff out. Oops. Accidentally clicked out of the window there. All right, now we are going to have to slow ourselves down here a little bit. Otherwise, placement of stuff gets a little bit weird. I'm going to check something here. Do we want to make our border? Let's see which one I like better. The brick border or the... Hey, Wolfie, congratulations on the jackpot. I'm trying to decide if we want to run on that or the brick. I think we'll keep the brown on the outsides. We got a lot more contrast that way. Yeah, let's do that. So the goal for tonight is to build, and then we're going to run some tests, some timing, see what different types of speed buffs do. We'll talk about just star drop can do star drop or star drops. They both work. Game stats, I think, actually works as well. All right, there's one run. 3,000. It's actually doing pretty good. There we go. All right. So what we're going to do here is we've got a number of testing scenarios we want to do. The first one being just normal speed. And then we want to test the pathing. So you're supposed to get a 0.1 speed bonus on pathing. We've got a section we're going to build out with grass, because that will slow you down. All right, let's get the tractor out here for this. Chunk, 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 chunk. There we go. All right, let's go ahead and pick up some speed here. Okay, so we have a path, track there, a track there. This section here in the middle is not going to do anything. Go. Okay, so we have a pathing track, we've got a dirt track, and we've got a grass track that will give us the speed difference there. And then this is every 10, if I did the math correctly here. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I've got one of these every 10 blocks. It's like 73 blocks long is the actual track. Yeah, we'll just leave that dirt. It's fine. Okay, so I think we're going to do some timings here just to get a feel for what it actually takes. So the first thing, if we talk about movement, something I don't know if a lot of people pay attention to or know. Let's go ahead and set this back to normal. So this is our normal movement speed, but it's not technically our normal movement speed. What this is this is technically our running speed. So if we come in here to options, there is an auto run button. If we turn this off, this is the actual true movement speed. So according to the wiki, this is a running speed of, or walking speed of 2. And then running is 5. So those are our base numbers that we're going to work with. So the way we're going to run this is we're going to put ourselves basically right in the middle here. We're going to start on this end. I'm going to go ahead and just get a stopwatch going. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and open up an Excel sheet. Where did I put this information? Hopefully in there. Let's see if I captured any of this yet. Superhero thought of the day, streamathon. All right. Let's just make a sheet here. All right. So we're going to start with just with dirt. And then we're going to do walking and running. And we'll see what the difference is in those. All right, let's get our stopwatch going. All right, so I'm going to run against this wall and we will go till we stop moving. All right, ready, set, go. Now this is going to be a bit of a slow walk here. Can you imagine playing the whole game this way? Or starting out this way before you even got the run in? Looks like we're running about 15 seconds per 10 tiles. Roughly. And we'll go until we stop moving. So 37.2 seconds is what that took. Where'd my spreadsheet go? All right, 37.2. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and come into our options and turn auto run on. And go all the way back to the beginning. And then we'll start doing some math. All right, ready, set, go. It's gonna a little over 2 seconds for 10 tiles, maybe, on this one. So 14.92, so we're gonna call that 15 seconds. Okay, so you're looking at, this is a running speed of 2. And this is 5. Okay, so it took us 37, let's do a tile count. So I'm gonna go ahead and really kick our speed up here now, just so we can move around a lot. All right, so if we count the tile we're on, we're at 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. That's 70, 71, 72, 73. So 74 total tiles, counting the tile we started on. All right. So let's just put that up at the top because that'll be the same for everything. So let's see what we can do as far as some math here. We are covering, let's do equals that divided by that. Nope, I think I did it backwards. Let's try that again. Equals that divided by that. 0.5, so about half a second per tile. Is that right? What were we running? About 5. Yeah, that seems right. All right, and then we'll go ahead and lock this one in place. There we go. Oops, and that's a 5. Okay. So right now we're looking at about half a second per tile in walking, 0.2 of a second per tile in running. So let's do a quick little, see if that makes sense from this standpoint. Stop, reset. So 10 tiles in 2 seconds. Yeah, 0.2. Okay, that tracks. So that means at 1 we would be what, about 1 second per tile? Let's see. Let's see if that tracks. So let's go ahead and turn off our auto run. And then we will go ahead and get ourselves some wine here. All right, so this is only going to last 30 seconds, but it should give us enough information. All right, here we go. Here we go. Let's reset that. All right, here we go. Woo! That is slow. 9, 10. Okay, that tracks. We should get to the second milestone at about 20 seconds. 19, 20. Okay. That is tracking. So at a walking speed of 1, which would be our base. Let's move these down. There we go. Walking at 1. We're at about 1.5. Today we're just messing around with the movement mechanic, trying to figure out how everything works. And then a 4 would be 0.25. Okay, let's test to see if we can get a 4. Let's get back here. Let's get ourselves back to auto run. So this should take us down to a 4. And if everything tracks here, we should get basically 0.25. So that is 2, 5, 10, 15. All right, 18.63 seconds. So let's see if that gets us to roughly the math. And we'll try to do a little bit of prediction here. Okay, so this was with wine, and this is with wine. All right. So that put us at 18.6. .251315. Okay. So what it is looking like to me, 0.25, 0.2, is we're getting a progression going here. I'm going to pop this over to the other monitor. Okay. Oops. You guys can't see it. Let's move this stuff over. Okay, so at a walking speed of 1, it takes about 1 second per tile. And then it's basically 1 over our walking speed is our calculation, right? So 1 over 2 is half or 0.5. 1 over 4 is a quarter. 1 over 5 is 2/10. So I think based off of just this first calculation, our base calculation is going to be, so speed is equal to 1 divided by movement speed or seconds per tile. That's our hypothesis that we're going to work on here. So every point of speed that you add, you gain what? Is it a flat formula? You gain 0.25? No, that wouldn't be it. Is it? If this holds true, it's actually going to be a bigger change than that. It's not a linear change, I don't think. Let's do the math on that. So 1 over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We'll just stay with whole numbers right now. All right, so this is going to be equal to this divided by this. And then we'll do a little bit of formula manipulation here so that I don't have to worry about things moving around on me. All right. Whoa, let's get back up there. Hey, congrats on your jackpot, Nancy. Okay. So our calculation right now is at a speed of 1, it takes 1 second per tile. At a speed of 2, it takes a half a second per tile. So at that point, cut that in half. If we go then, every time we double that, this is going to get cut in half, I think. Or if we double that, it cuts that in half. Yeah, okay. So that seems reasonable as far as our calculation goes. So let's do a test here. Let's take this to the extreme. Now we're going to give ourselves a speed that you normally couldn't acquire very easily in the game, but we're going to use cheats to get to it. All right. So if our hypothesis is correct, what this should take would be, let me see, we have 74 tiles roughly. So this is equal to this times this. We'll do a little bit of formula manipulation. Yep, I mentioned it a little bit ago. All right, I missed something here. I missed a time. Oh, actually, we can't do the whole thing. Never mind. Our wine buff doesn't last long enough. Okay, let's see. So, oh, come back to me. Okay. With this buff, we should be able to complete this track in 7.4 seconds. All right, here we go. And we're off. Stop. Okay, I got 5 seconds on that. All right, let's do that again. Because it didn't quite map out to my math. All right, here we go. Yeah, we're getting right at 5 seconds. Not what I expected. All right. Let's do a test at... Actually, no, hold on. These numbers aren't correct. 10 would be... We start at 5, I think. Let's see how this buff works. So this is already 5, so 10 would be here. All right, let's test that. See what that does. Because it's an additional 5 points, which would get us to a total of 10. Okay, let's see what this does. Here we go. Yeah, Victus is sitting on quite a little haul right now, I do believe. 7.5. And our calculation was 7.4. Now again, that could be a variation on me just hitting the button incorrectly. Okay, so our math is holding true. So if we pop back over here, basically our prediction was at a total speed of 10, which is 5 plus the 5. This would be 7.5. Now we're getting into numbers here. 13, 14. So this was, ooh, that's going to be pretty close. Let's go ahead and crank this up. Okay, so our prediction for a speed of 15 is 4.9 seconds. So I'm going to go ahead and reset, and let's see where we're at. All right, go. And stop. 4.97. All right. I think our math is holding. So now what we're going to do is a couple of different things. This is on dirt. Now we're supposed to pick up a 0.1 speed advantage on tiles. That's the next thing we want to test. And then we'll start testing debuffs and stuff as well. So let's get ourselves aligned here. And go back to just running speed here, which is a speed of 5. But the tile should make it 5.1. So I'm going to... All right, 5.1. Okay, so our running speed at 5 gave us right about 15 seconds. This should get us about 14 and a half if everything is working as intended. All right, let's test this one out. Here we go. Oh, and I had the wrong window selected. All right, let's try that again. Stop and reset. All right, we're good to go. Here we go. Now, when I do a video, I will actually time this based off of frames, so we'll be very exact to 1/60th of a second. I got 14.6. My prediction was 14.5. So, yeah, I think that's holding up. So, in this amount of distance, we're looking at a difference in time between running in dirt and running on tile of about 0.3 of a second. Hold on. Yeah, about 0.3 of a second. So, does walking on pathing make a huge difference? Not really. That 0.1 just isn't really enough. All right, now our next thing here is we've got grass planted here. This should give us a debuff. Let's check the debuff information. So let's pop over here. Okay, so here's our calculation. 2 walking, 5 running, 6.6 when we get the horse. 7 if it's a carrot. And we'll take a look at that here in a little bit. If we go, where does it listed in here? Terrain, here we go. Grass has a -1 speed penalty. So a -1 speed penalty. Oh, congratulations. That's cool. There you go. There's your 1,000 star drops. Okay. So if we go to our spreadsheet, our prediction on this should be 18.5 seconds to get across our track. So let's go ahead and get this set up again. Make sure we're running through the grass. All right, here we go. So the grass is definitely slowing us down. You can feel it when you're playing and when you run through the grass. Crops give the same debuff, essentially. And 18.58, what was our prediction? 18.5. So we're 8/100ths off. But again, That's just me pressing the button. Okay, so the difference between running in dirt and running in grass, if you have grass on your farm, in this distance would be 3.7 seconds to cover that distance. So if you're running across, and this is just the standard farm, so if you're running across the standard farm, you're going to lose about almost 4 seconds if you're cutting through grass as opposed to running. That's before you get slither legs, right? Slither legs will change that as well. Okay. So the next test I think we could do before we start doing a bunch of speed buffy things is I'm thinking we're going to run from the mines to our front door. And we're going to time that out. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. Okay, so if we were in the mines and we came out of the mines, this is where we would start. All right. So I'm trying to think of things you would do quite often, right? The mine run to home in the early game is definitely one that we hit a lot. So let's go ahead and get this kicking off. So here we go. Start the timer. And that's not going to work at all. Dude, you're in my way. Okay. Let's do a little bit of manipulation here. Advanced. Unlock. Let's see. Minecart's repaired, bridge repaired, glittering boulder removed. Maybe we just have to go forward a couple of days. Yeah. We're just here early. Okay, let's go home real quick. Hey, congratulations on becoming the chat boss, Victus. I'm not gambling. You guys are going to surpass me. All right, did that remove the boulder? Oh, congrats, Victus. Nice catch. Okay. Back strip. Oh, it's all good. It's all good. Okay, let's try this again now. Go back to the mines. All right, now the boulder's removed. Perfect. Okay, so we leave the mine. Hey, congrats on your jackpot. Nice work. All right, here we go. Let's start the timer. All right, it's a long run home. I'm going to try to make this as square as possible just for future testing here. So we won't cut diagonals there. All right, 43 seconds door to door, essentially. We didn't go inside, so. All right, now what we're going to try to do here is we're going to build ourselves out a path. Okay, so let's document this real quick. All right, so our mine run without the tile was 42.56, so 42.5 seconds. All right, let's try another mine run here. All right, here we go. And we're off. We'll try to stick to the path here. Now, obviously, if you were just running manually, you could cut corners a little bit and stuff like that and make a little bit of a difference. All right, and Lotus is off the path there a little bit, but okay, so we saved about 42, 43, about 1.25 seconds. So that is 42.2. Actually, no, only about 42. Okay, if our original number was correct, I feel like that I might have. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna reload and do the mine run again. Because if my numbers are correct here, we're only looking at about a quarter of a second difference. So we'll test it again here. Back to the mines. We're good to go. This time we'll try to keep things nice and square, no cutting corners. All right, here we go. A little bit of a hiccup on the wall there. Well, that ruined that run. Back to the mines. Okay, we just exited the mines. And let's start the timer. Up and over. Oh, sure, Marnie. Way to ruin my run. Reset. I guess we're going to have to probably save at some point so we don't get that again. But that's okay. That was a good one, too. Made my corners good on that one. All right, attempt number 3. Here we go. You have high hopes, Victus? $42.87. All right, so we're looking at about a half a second difference. So is putting pathing for that trip, especially early game, worth it? I don't think so. That doesn't feel like it would be worth it. Wow, did our animal get a name? Must have got his default name. Dudley. Okay, now let's go back and see if that's not going to make that big of a difference. What if we were buffed up? How much difference will that make? So let's see what like 2 food buffs would be your standard, like coffee and crab cakes or eel, or most food has a +1 and a lot of drinks have a +1. So we're just going to give ourselves +2 for buffs here. All right, let's reset this and away we go. Feels faster. All right, that was 31.8 seconds. Okay, so now we're talking about right about 11 seconds difference, which is just over 10 minutes in game time. You figure every 7 seconds. So let's go ahead and go back to the spreadsheet here. So if we take that, it's 7 seconds per 10 minutes. So we'll take this and we'll divide by this. Do a couple little edits here. Equal this times this. Okay, so is that the story? I dig that story. Okay, so based on this calculation, a run from the mines to the house, if you are just starting out, is going to take you 61 in-game minutes, so about an hour. If you have a food buff and a drink buff, so +2, it'll take you 45 minutes, so 3/4 of an hour. So do you gain? Yeah, you gain quite a bit on that particular one. Now, that's just a +2. The horse, let's test it with the horse. Do we have the horse flute? We do not. Let's see, unfortunately, we won't be able to... Well, this will be a real world test, kinda. Alright, let's go back to the mines. Alright, let's take our speed buff off here. Alright, here we go. Now, it's going to take us a second to call the horse. So we'll see how much difference the horse makes. All right, here we go. So in the time that we had to get on the horse, calculated into our movement speed here. Go, horsey. All right, 35.77 seconds. So, 35.77. So, right now, that was 4 seconds slower than if we just ran with the food buff. Now that makes sense because our food buff would have put us at a 7 speed. Our horse puts us at 6.6. And then we had to call the horse out as well. So that combination actually makes it, if you're speed buffed, now if you had speed buff and the horse, obviously you would go quicker. So let's do that one. Food buff. Hey, congrats on your jackpot. You think that'd be an issue there, Victus? All right, let's go ahead and give ourselves our food buffs back. There we go. All right, here we go. And we're off. Go, horsey, go. $28.85. Okay, so food buff and horse, or food buff and no horse. If we take a look at those, oh crap, I didn't switch back, but did I add what amount? Okay, so on that run, we had the food buff and the horse going. Took us 28 seconds, so 40 in-game minutes versus 45. So really, it's not that big of a difference between the horse. Now, part of that is the fact that we're having to call the horse, right? If we go back to the mines, in order for this to work, when we go outside, once we stop here, all right, let's see. you're looking at 2.5 seconds to call the horse and get going. So you're losing 2.5 seconds that if you just ran it, it might actually be okay. Okay, so let's see. Let's go ahead and pop back to the farm here. So let's do some horse runs here. All right, so let's see what our dirt track horse run will be. Now our prediction should be somewhere around 10.5 seconds, something like that. So let's see where we need to take our food buffs off though. Let's knock that back down. All right, here we go. And go. That puts us at 11.11. So that would be... So 6.6. So 10.5 at 7, but we're not quite there. Let's go ahead and do a little bit of math here. Let's see how close it got. So I'm going to slide this down because the horse is actually 6.6. Okay, so our prediction would be 11.2. We got 11.14. So that tracks with the horse on that. Now the question now is the horse affected by the grass or the crops? So let's test that. All right, here we go. And we're off. And stop. 11.16. What was your bet? Depends on what you were at before. Yeah, so basically, maybe the wording's a little off, but basically, yeah, you were at 38,683. It cost you 1,000, which knocks you down to 37,683. But then you won 2,000, so it brings you back up to 39. So the wording might be a little bit funky. But basically, yeah, you get your bet back plus the same amount, so it's double. That's how the calculation works. I can word the text a little bit differently, but yeah, you're right where you should be. I'll look at the math though and make sure everything's working okay. Okay, so that was 11.16. So if we look at our calculations here, the grass made no difference. So the horse is not impacted by crops and grass, which is kind of cool. It'll run basically the same. Now, is it impacted by the tiles here? Let's do another test. All right, here we go. $11.15. So I've gotten 11.14, 11.15, and 11.13. They're all basically identical. So the horse is not impacted by terrain. which is kind of cool. Now we should be without the horse. If we go back to our speed buff here, I think it will be impacted by the train. So let's do a test there. All right, and we're off. So running in dirt, 10.7. All right, so we'll just put this in the +2 category. Dirt, 10.7. We'll do tiles, and we'll do grass. All right, come back and do the tile real quick. And we're off. I'm gonna guess about 10.2. 10.4. So again, we gained 1/3 of a second. 10.4. Now the grass, running in the grass should put us at about, where are we at? I'm gonna say 12? If I had to guess. All right, here we go. It feels slower. You can definitely feel it. Will it cost us 2 seconds? 12.5. So yeah, it costs us right about 2 seconds running through grass, even with our buff on. Okay, there we go. All right, we are due a chicken rave and we are due a break. So let's take a quick break here. And when we get back, we'll warm up the chickens and we will rave. I'll see you all in a few minutes. All right, we are back. Let's go ahead. Get these chickens warmed up here. What do you guys say? Dunk, 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 dunk. Hit all the buttons. You guys know the drill. Spam them if you got them. And away we go. Yo ho, it's a pirate's life for me. Here comes the Prairie King. Yeehaw, Prairie Kings, yeehaw. Okay, it's Sam and the band. Let's hear it for Sam, Semi, and Abigail. Rock and roll. Awesome. Thank you guys so much. I do appreciate the likes and what it does for me and the channel. Oops, I forgot to set my button back up. Hold on. I don't know if you want to cancel it on the 250th. Hold on, I gotta make a quick edit because I changed this yesterday and forgot to change it back. Cam Stardew Valley. There we go. Well, put me back where I'm supposed to be. Okay. We are back. Now, another scenario or situation you might find yourself in is deciding, are the books that you buy worth it? So if we look at the Way of the Wind Part 1, the Way of the Wind Part 2, they are worth 0.25 of a point of speed. Now that's a permanent buff, so it applies to everything. And then the horse is a plus 0.5. So there's a whole point of speed here for the horse and a half a point for running. Now, we're going to manipulate this a little bit by... Our green tea should give us half a point of speed. It does. Okay, so we'll use that to represent our books. That way we don't have to go get the books. I might be able to turn them on. Hold on. Let's check that. Add money. I wasn't paying. Oh, yeah. Okay, so if you guys notice, Nancy illustrated it for us. We do have a new addition, Nancy's idea. When you do an attack or a heal, it will actually show your icon that you have assigned to your YouTube account. Now, I don't know what it will do if you don't have an icon, because I don't think they're required. Let's see. And I don't have an account that doesn't have one. I don't think. Yeah, I don't see anybody that doesn't have one. So that's a cool new feature. And then we're going to probably update the gamble command to add that to it as well. Okay, slime. No tool enhancements. Let's see, advanced. Special charm, unlock rooms. Can read Junimo text. Yeah, I don't see a setting for the books, which is fine. We can just use the T. Okay. So our previous run for a normal dirt run, so let's go up to the dirt, was 15 seconds. So we're going to go ahead and go with this green tea here. And this will simulate our use of the Way of the Wind Part 1 and Way of the Wind Part 2. Okay, let's put that there. Make sure we don't have a speed buff here. Let's put that on normal. Okay, so up here you can see we've got the 0.5 speed buff. So that would be the same as the Way of the Wind books. All right, here we go. And we're off. So how much difference does it make? And done. 13.57. So right about a second and a half on our course here, because the last run we did was a 15. Let's see if this tracks. Let's go ahead and jump back over to our data here. All right, we're going to move this stuff down to here. And we'll put in a 5.5. So 13.45 is what we were expecting. So 14.8 to 13.4. So about a second and a half that you gain by jumping up to that. And that's a permanent buff. That would also stack on top of the horse. That would stack on top of your other food buffs, right? So for instance, let's take a look at, with our food buffs, it would put us here. With our food buffs and our horse, or our Way of the Wind Part 1 and 2, should put us at 7.5. So it should take us from 10.5 to 9.8, if that calculation is correct. So let's go ahead and give ourselves the equivalent of our two food buffs here. All right, so if this is tracking, we should be at about 9.86 seconds for this run. Here we go. I got 9.987. What was my calc? 9.86. All right, we'll take that as pretty close. So the Way of the Wind gains us about, let's see, 7 to 7.5, 10.5, 9.8, 9.9, about 6 to 7 tenths of a second in this particular run. All right. So let's go back to the wiki and start to think about what's the fastest you could possibly move in the game. So let's take a look at the opportunities for speed. You can have one food and one drink speed buff. So if we look down the list here, we've got a +1 speed, +1, +1, +1, +1, +1, +1, +1, +0.5. So basically, that's a +2 at the most for one food, one drink that we could do there. Now, if we are doing a mining run in the Desert Fest, we could get the +1 speed from this food. And the cool thing about this is this does stack with your other buffs. So this gets us at a +0.3 for long duration. Now that would only apply at Desert Fest, but that is something that we could do. Now we could pick up a Blessing of Speed from the statue. And we could pick up the Way of the Wind books. So that would put us at +0.4. The rest of these can happen, but they're very situational. So like this only lasts for 5 to 10 seconds. Hey Nancy, congratulations on the chat boss. This is only for 3 seconds and stuff like that. I'll redeem a star drop. I think that's worth it when you get to be the new chat boss. Now, the Calico statue could go for a long time, but again, that would only be in the mines. So I think we're going to stick at our 0.4. We accounted for those. Okay, so +1 for food, +1 for drink, +1 for rumpled fruit skin or whatever you get there, +5 for the blessing of speed, and +5 for our way of the wind books, or +0.5. So that's +4 total. So let's go ahead and give ourselves 4 points of speed. We gotta wait for this to run down, so we'll give that a second. Definitely feeling faster. All right, while we're waiting for that, let's go ahead and pull the spreadsheet back up here. And we'll see what we're predicting here. This should put us at the 9. So we were at 5 plus 4 points of speed. Should get us close to 8.22. And we'll find that out in about a second and a half when our green tea buff pops off. So we'll just run around the farm. Feeling all fast and stiff. Down here. We might as well clean some stuff up, I guess. Don't want this wayward growth to be bothering us. Whoosh. All right, that cleared that out. All right, 30 seconds left. So we're just waiting for the buff to fall off. Do, 11, 10, 9. Two, 1. All right, here we go. So what was our prediction here? 8.2 is what we're thinking. .35, pretty much on the nose. Okay, so this is about as theoretically as fast as you're going to get on just running around, right? It's probably not going to get much faster than that. Now you could pull all those buffs and the horse, and really the only buff we're missing on the horse right now is you could give the horse a carrot, and that takes it from 6.6 to 7. But we'll run this without the carrot just to see. So this should put us at 6.6, 10.6. So it should be somewhere between 6.7 and 7.4. So right around 7 seconds, if our math is holding up. I got 7.06. So what I'm doing is I'm just recording these on my phone. Hey, don't start with that. All right, so that is theoretically about as fast as you're going to get in the world. So this would be if you Actually, you could probably go maybe 1 point faster. Let's see. We could get the horse book. Let's jump back over here. We can get the horse book for 0.5. And then the horse, if you feed it carrots, there we go, gives it an extra 0.4. So that's about 0.9. So theoretically here, instead of a 7, 7.5, 7, 8, 9, 10.6, 11, 11.5 is about where we could get to. So let's look at 11.5 here. All right, so this would represent about the top speed that you're going to get in the game. We'll roughly simulate that here. Let's go ahead and jump in here. We're at 6.6. That puts it at 11.6, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, that puts it as 11.6, so 11.5. Okay, let's make sure we did all this math correctly. So 6.6, we take it up to 7 with the carrot. And then 8, 9, 10, 11 for the elements. And like all your food buffs and stuff like that. Another 0.5 for the horse book. So that should put us at 6.4 seconds to do this same run. All right, let's give it a try. .41. The math tracks. Okay, so this represents about as theoretically as fast as you're going to get in the game, in the vanilla game. Now, obviously, if you're playing with mods, they can manipulate all kinds of speed things. But this represents a food buff of 0.1, a drink buff of 0.1, a Desert Fest food buff of sorry, I'm going to start that over because I said it wrong. It represents a food buff of 1, a drink buff of 1, a Desert Fest food buff of 1, and then half a point of Statue of Blessing, half a point of Way of the Wind Part 1, Way of the Wind Part 2, half a point of the horse book. All that added together gets you at basically this speed. If you drop that down a little bit, you take out the desert one, that's going to drop us down about a point. So if we look at that, that would put us here. So a little bit slower, but still pretty quick. So non-Desert Fest, this is about as fast as you're going to get. And I think we already did this run. So that kind of gives you an idea on that one. And then obviously, I guess if we were on tile, you would gain another 0.1 in speed. But the 0.1 in speed is pretty minimal. All right, let's go ahead, stretch out here a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and do a quick shout out and thank you to our channel members. We do appreciate your guys' support. It means a ton to me and the channel. Our gold crew is Janet, Nancy, and Victus. Our steel crew, we've got Amp, Keto, Lux, Lydia, Mitchell, Robert, Vix, Wally, and Yoshi. Our copper crew, we've got Amanda, Cozy Cow, Crystal, Deb, Debbie, Dreas, Dread, Elite, Jojo, Miss Shelley, Jamie, Princess Sivia, Shuggy Pie, Koala, Wolfie, and Z. I got stuck on Koala there for a minute. Thank you guys so much for your support. We do appreciate that and everything you guys do for the channel. Okay. Let's go ahead and jump back to the wiki here. and see if there's any scenarios that, and if you guys want to see a scenario or have a question about movement, throw it in the chat for sure. Okay, so let's pop back here. I'm going to move myself out of the way here for a second. Let's move me over there. There we go. Okay, let's pull up the wiki. So we hit on the base player speed of walking and running. Now, most people play with auto run on, so most of our tests have come from with the auto run on. And then the horse is 6.6. Unless you feed it a carrot, then it is 7 for its speed. Now, you can lose speed. There are negative buffs as well. So if we go to food and drink, there are a number of items, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 things that give some kind of a speed buff. Now, keep in mind, you can only have 1 food and 1 drink active at any one time. So you're looking at something like coffee and crab cakes, or eel and triple shot espresso, or cola and magic rock candy, or whatever combination you want to do. Everything here is a +1 except for our tea down here, which is a +0.5. So for speed, you'd want to stick with coffee or cola or triple shot espresso for that. So this is probably the one, once you have a manufacturing capability, getting this up and running. Hey, take care. I'm sure I'll see you tomorrow, but if not, have a great birthday. Now, once you get crab pots and start getting crabs and crab pots, making crab cakes is actually pretty easy. You just have to have chickens and crab pots, and you'll get that. Wheat flour and oil are pretty easy to get, and that lasts pretty much all day. The nice part about this buff is if you look at the timer on it, it's pretty much all day depending on what you're doing. So that's a good one right there. All right, we talked about this a little bit. These are Desert Fest specific. So these are only going to hit once, like for 3 days out of an entire year. So they're not really things you can do a whole lot with, but they are there if you want. Other places you can get buffs. If you're wearing a ring, you can get a +2 speed buff, but it only lasts for 3 seconds. Now, this is good inside the mines, because if you're fighting a lot of things, you kill the enemy, you move on. Unfortunately, if you're just playing vanilla, you're probably not using your ring slots on savage rings, but you could if you wanted to. Blessing of Speed is kind of nice if you pick that up from the Statue of Blessings. You know, we could see the difference that 0.5 made. You know, if we look at just that blessing, shaved off about a second on our test track, right? You go from 14.8, a little over a second actually, 13.5 to 14.8. So about a second and a quarter. It shaved off of our test track run there. So that blessing's kind of nice. Here's another one that, again, this would only happen inside while you're fighting and stuff like that. This would only happen on your Skull Cavern runs inside of Desert Fest. All right. Let's take a look at this one, Slimed. This debuff makes you go really slow because look at the debuff. It's a -4. If we take our stock speed of, oops, let's go back to this. There we go. Our stock speed is 5. So that's going to move us down to like a 1. So as a reminder of what a 1 looks like, let's jump back into the game. All right, we're going to go ahead and take these away. We are going to knock ourselves out of auto run. Now this is a 2, right? So if this is a 2, we're going to pop in here. That's a 1. So you can see the difference that Slimed does make, right? This is the equivalent speed that you would be running. Now, the nice part about that is if you do get that debuff, you know, it doesn't last forever. It's like 2.5, 3 seconds, but it can make a huge difference. Tipsy is a -1, so that's going to take you down to a 4. Hit by a magma sparker, you can get a -2 here. And then frozen, interesting enough, being hit by a skeleton mage, it listed at -8. So let's see, could we get to, if we're already at 5, that's going to take us to a -3. Theoretically, and I don't know if this would be real, but theoretically, you might be able to get away with still being able to move if you had enough speed buffs. Let's see, a skeleton mage. Huh? Where can we find ourselves a skeleton mage? Dangerous mines or the quarry? I think we're going to go to the quarry. Let's go test this. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to manipulate the world here a little bit. We've got infinite health and infinite stamina. We're fine there. All right, let's go to the quarry. Hey, 84, how you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Okay, so we're going to put ourselves at, this is a 5. This is just a test farm that we're using to test speed buffs and stuff like that. Okay, so this should put us at 9 for speed. So let's go see if we can find ourselves a skeleton mage here. How far will that guy chase us? Okay. That's not a mage. That one is, I think. Come on, freeze us. Okay, we're not moving. Alright, let's try... Let's just crank our speed up here. Yeah, we can't move. So, it says a -8, but I think it's just freezing us. Come on, fire your freeze ray. There we go. Yeah, it says -8. Alright. Hey, congrats on the jackpot, Nancy. Let's get ourselves a weapon here. Here's some of these skulls. Okay. Freeze us, come on. You got tired. Just quit chasing us. Yeah, it says -8, but it is an actual route. So, interesting enough on that one, while the debuff itself is listed as a -8, it's still freezing us, even though theoretically right now we should be at 15. So it's not just a stat buff. There's something else going on to make the freeze you. Yeah, see, we can't move at all. Okay, that's interesting. So there's nothing, it doesn't matter how much you buffed yourself up. In that particular case, you won't be able to get around that one. All right. And then we've got our permanent buffs here. We've got our Way of the Wind part 1 and part 2. And then we've got the horse book is a plus 0.5. Only when you're on the horse. These also apply, I do believe, to that. Okay. So, where are we at? Doing all right. The next thing we're probably going to do here then is, now that we've kind of figured out the timings on all this, we're probably going to record some of these time trials so we'll have video of it all. I don't want to pull it out of here. So I'm going to pull individual videos, I think. So let's get ourselves back down to normal. And we'll have to decide how we want to align ourselves for consistency's sake. Let's do the dirt first. That's not a bad spot. All right, before we start a recording session here, let's go ahead and slip out, take a short break. All right, let's put us back over there. There we go. And we'll be right back. All right, we are back. So what we're going to do now is just start collecting some footage. I want to put a video together on what we discovered, but it'll be much shorter, obviously. You know, probably boil it down to 15-20 minutes. But we're going to need a lot of footage to make that happen. So that's what we're going to start doing here. So we have our test track. What we're going to do is we're just going to do this on a bunch of different buff levels. So if we take a look at this, we've got normal. So on foot anyway, a +1, a +2. We should probably do a 0.5 run, a 1. Do we want to do a 1.5? Probably a 1.5, a 2, and a 2.5. Okay, so let's look at the scenarios that we would be on foot. There's normal, right? That's what we are now. We could have, we could do a 0.25, but I'm not going to bother. We could do the 2 books. That'd be 0.5. We could do, also the blessing of speed would be a 0.5. So we've got a couple of different ways to get to 0.5. Then we've got 1, which would be a food buff, 1.5, which would be a food buff and statue or food buff and books. We've got 2, which would be 2 food buffs. We've got 2.5, which could be 2 food buffs and the statues. We could get to 3, which would be 2 food buffs, the statue, and the 2 books. That's going to be your normal scenarios. Then we could go all the way to, what do we determine? We could do the desert food. So I guess we could have a 3 with just food, a 3.5, and a 4. And the 4 is kind of the top. Again, for long term, you've got the like 3-second shots here or there that can make a difference. But okay, so then we have our dirt track. We have our tile track, and we have our grass track. All right. And then essentially, we can get all those same buffs on the horse. There we go. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to record all the whole numbers first, and then we'll use the T to record all the 0.5s. And that should get us what we need. Okay. Let's do dirt first here. I need to add a button. Hold on. I'm going to add a button to my Stream Deck so I can just punch that to start and stop these recordings. Let's do that real fast here. Oh, yes. Let's see, record. Where am I going to put you? Somewhere convenient. Actually, I think I'll put you over there. Oh, Stream Deck's freaking out. Don't crash. There we go. Whew, you just had to think, I guess, for a little while. Okay, Stream Deck. Record. Okay, let's see if this works. Start recording. Stop recording. It did. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and delete that test file out of there. Okay, here we go. Let's move our cursor out of the way. Run 1. So this will be normal speed. Okay, we're gonna have to decide what's the best way. Probably just stop it when his head stops moving. So I'll keep him running. Because I don't want to, I want to get down to the millisecond on timing, so, okay. That'll be fine. So that was normal. I actually forgot to add a 0. Zero and 0. Okay, 0 on dirt done. So I'm going to rename these files as we go, or I'll never keep track of this. No, don't play it. Oh, actually, I should look at it. Yeah, it looks fine. Okay, so that is dirt 0. So I was looking at mods today. I found a zombie one, which was kind of interesting. And I found an Adventurers Guild expanded mod that looks kind of interesting. All right, let's go ahead and move our speed up to 1. Start the recording. Yeah, like with Marlin and them. It adds a whole new story and stuff. I installed it, but I haven't looked at it yet. All right, that's dirt 1. So I'm thinking about maybe trying to build some kind of a playthrough around that if I can. Not sure, but maybe. All right, this will be speed 2. I think it's just called Adventurers Guild Expanded. Sure, I didn't have my cursor in the way on that one. Yeah, I was digging through Nexus trying to find what am I going to do next? I'm not sure. All right, that's dirt 2. All right, up next, dirt 3. Yeah, it looked interesting. It didn't look huge, but significant. I think they said like 2 new NPCs, romanceable NPCs, monsters you can talk to. A lot of interesting things. All right, that's dirt 3. And now let's get to dirt 4. Here, let me get you the exact name. Alright, so it's called Adventures Guild Expanded, although this one's on the older side. This is 2022. I did find this version. It's the same mod. It's just somebody went through and updated it for 1.6. So this is the one. I just installed it today. And it gives full credit to the original here. But yeah, it's got, let's see, a new quest line, 2 new romanceable NPCs, a secret monster, new locations, 10 new items. I tested the custom music today. One of the songs is under copyright, so I'll have to clean that up a little bit, but I might just manually replace that song so it doesn't cause me any problems. So yeah, it's not, doesn't look to be huge, but like 15 cutscenes, 100 lines of dialogue. It seems cool. And then the other one I found is this one, Zombie Outbreak. So this one, daily chance for a random villager to become infected. Chance of zombie villagers. Yeah, I'll throw them up there for sure. To infect other villagers and players on proximity. Zombie villagers turn green. Zombie players turn green and get debuffs. And so I don't know if this one's more tongue-in-cheek funny or how it would impact gameplay. But that one's the other one that I'm kind of looking at. Let's just do it right now. You haven't joined our Discord. Thanks, Jamie. I was about to say, we can get a link posted there. And let's get down to Stardew Valley. There we go. Oops, that's just not going to work at all. Well, it did kind of work, but it's ugly. And we don't like ugly. Yeah, go away. Let's try that again. All right. There's the expanded one, and we'll grab the zombie one too. So these are the two I'm kind of looking at for maybe our next playthrough. Like building, I want to play up on the, you know, we did the sword and sorcery, and the whole like coastal adventures guild was a lot of fun. So to get back into that, I think would be kind of cool. It'd be different, but that kind of feeling. Okay, that's Dirt 4. So now we have to do the 0.5s. And we're going to stay in the dirt because I want the height to be the same on all of these. So we'll drop this back down to normal. And then we'll get ourselves a T, which will get us a 0.5 buff here. There we go. Okay. There we go. Recording. And we're off. All right, first one down. All right, so that is dirt 1 or dirt 0.5. All right, Next up, Dirt 1.5. Here we go. Now the audio doesn't really matter because I'll replace all the audio with either voiceover or music or stuff like that. So we're just mostly capturing footage here. Jackpot! Congratulations, Nancy. There we go. Next up on the docket, 2.5. All right, let's get the recording going. All right, so that one is Dirt 2.5. Next up, 3.5. Oops, I hit the button a little early on that one. I'm going to redo that one. Let's try that one again. All right. Sorry about that. A little bit of a sneeze. Here we go. There we go. That'll be Dirt 3.5. Now let's check our spreadsheet. I think that's all we need. Yep. All right, we've got all of our dirts. 0 to 4 at every half thing there. So next, I think we'll do the tiles. Don't know that I'm going to use these, honestly. It's such a small difference that I don't think I'll need every single one. But for completeness, we'll go ahead and do this. All right. Here we go. Now we still have our T buff going, so this will be the 0.5. All right, let's see if we can get these in before our buff runs out. We got 40 seconds. This gonna be close. I don't think so, though. I think we're going to come up one short here. Actually, I don't even think we're going to get this one in. It's only 10 seconds left on the buff. Okay, so this is pathing 0.5, and we'll do pathing 1.5. Okay. Since our buff's now running out, we'll go ahead and go back and just do all of our normals, our whole numbers here. And then we'll pick up the others here in a minute. All right, our buff is gone. We are recording. Away we go. All right, that's going to give us our normal. So I'll be pathing 0. Run all the way back. I should have put, no. I should have put the obelisk in, but then I'd have to reposition the guy. I'd rather have him be consistent. So. Would have made it a little quicker though. Let's start pathing 1. Run, little guy, run! Doesn't he look fast? I think his bald head makes him look fast. Right? That's what I think, 84. He just cuts through the wind, man. And the goggles, eyeglasses, everything is sleek. He's ready to go. Alright, that one was 3. I'm also renaming the files as we go. Otherwise, I'll never remember what's what. So all I'm doing is just pulling an individual recording for each pass. That way I'll have them for inside of editing software. Okay, that was the pathing 4. All right, now we need to get back into some T. So we did the 0.5 and the 1.5. So we need the 2.5 and the 3.5. All right, so that one was 2.5. And then we just got to get the 3.5 in. Go, little man, go. It's amazing. He's not even getting tired. It's a trooper. All right. This should complete our pathing circuit. That's our 3.5. Oops. All right. Next up, I think we'll do a grass run here. That looks pretty good right there. All right, we should be able to get all of these in. Now, we'll have to talk about slither legs here in a second. We'll have to do some things with that. So slow. These are going to be quite a bit slower. All right, let's see. Let's do the 1.5 next. All right, here we go. Oh, that was bad. All right, let's make sure we don't accidentally do that again. There we go. All right. You know what, though? I'm going to start these over because that might make our grass look different because it is variable. All right, we'll just start over here. All right, back to 0.5. Here we go again. All right, have a good night. Thanks for swinging by. Okay, catch you later. All right, let's do the 1.5. Point 5. Okay. Next up. Actually, we probably don't have time to do any more of the 0.5s, so we'll get to just do normal. Let our buff run out here. All right, buffs ran out. Let's do all of our whole numbers here, and then we'll finish up the 0.5s. All right, first one down. And here we go again. Welcome back, welcome back. All right, back again. Reset to position 1. This will be our 2 speed. Typo. Grass 23 would not be the correct name. 2. There we go. Next up, 3. Grass 3. All right, back to 1. All right, here we go for pass with speed of 4. All right, we still need 2.5 and 3.5. So we'll go ahead and drink some tea. $2.5. And to the next. 3.5. Okay, now need to let our buff wear off here. And we need to do a run with slither legs. So let's talk a little bit about old slither legs here while we wait for our buff to wear off. You will now run a lot faster through grass and crops. So there's a -1 speed penalty for grass. This lowers that penalty to -0.33. So it's not quite a full point of speed, but it is enough to make a difference. So I don't know if I'm gonna do a whole set here of slither leg runs. We probably don't need to. But we do need to wait for our 2 minutes for our T buff to wear off. And then we can do the horses. We'll do the horse runs. Now the horse we don't need to do in grass because it's, yeah, we might do one run just to prove it because it's in a, it doesn't affect the horse. But we don't need to record them all. So we'll do the dirt runs and the tile runs and one grass run. All right, let's slip out. Actually, let's just take our break while we're waiting for this timer to run out. I'll be right back. All right, we are back. Let's go ahead and get our slither legs going here. And we'll get that recording done. Let's see. Yeah, we'll just reload after slither leg. It shouldn't matter. I think we'll be okay. All right, so we have all slither legs now. I could have swore. Hey, welcome to the Discord. Happy. Nothing's there. Weather. Nothing in skills. Nope. Farm, fishing. Nope. And nope. Okay. Let's go ahead and get our slither legs run done here. Put this back to normal. All right, here we go. I guess that's faster. Be interesting to compare it. Alright, so that is grass, slither legs. Congrats on your angler. That's a good catch. Alright. I think that'll clear all the grass runs that we need to do. So we have all the dirt runs, all the pathing runs, all the grass runs, one slither legs run in place. So I think it's time for the horse. Ah, congrats, Nancy, on the jackpot. All right, let's go get the horse. Yeah, time's not passing. We're just recording stuff. Yeah, slither legs removes 2/3 of the penalty for walking through grass. Okay, so let's see. We're gonna have to do the horse and the horse with carrots. At least for the normal. And then we might just do horse with buffs. Yeah, we've got a lot of cheats running right now because we're just capturing footage for future videos. Is basically what we're doing. Okay. This will be our normal run. Let's get through our normals here. So what I'm doing is I'm just recording each pass here. And then we'll put timers and stuff on it later. All right, this is the dirt horse. And let's go up to 1. All right, pass number 2. The cheats mod is one called CJB cheats menu is the one we're using. We've got an item spawner. We've got some other stuff installed as well, but that's the one that's doing most of the stuff for us. YouTube's not being friendly today, huh? All right, let's get ourselves up to 2. All right, record number 3. Here we go. Dirt horse 2. All right, up the speed one more and do another pass. I like how much faster the passes are when we get to the bigger numbers. Good luck. Now, these cheat ones are very game breaking, so I'm using them because we're making videos. I wouldn't necessarily play with them on, but they can alleviate some stress and pain. All right, here we go. Now we're flying. All right, that was Dirt Horse 4. All right, now we got our T buff. That's a half a point. So we'll do all of our half point ones here. All right, Dirt Horse 0.5. Back to the start. All right, here comes Dirt Horse 1.5. All right, back to the start. And 2.5, here we go. Oh, we're gonna have to redo that one. Cursor was in the way. I'm sure I'm gonna have to reshoot 1 or 2 of these. because of our cursor issue. I've been trying to move it out of the way. All right, let's try that again. Hopefully I noticed it on the other ones. It is not a problem. And it's 2.5. Ah, the horse is moving. Go get him, buddy. Alright, it should be the last one of those we need. Dirt. Horse. 3.5. Okay, I don't like that alignment. That looks pretty good. Alright, I don't know if I'm going to need all these pathy ones. I probably won't use them, but I'd rather have the footage and not need it. Close. I think I'm running out of time. I've got 10 seconds left. I think we got it. Cool. Okay. We have path horse 0.5. Path horse 1.5. Path horse 2.5. And our path horse 3.5. Beautiful. All right, now we'll get our whole numbers here. Oh, so much slower. It's amazing how speed feels relative. If you move a certain speed, then even the fast horse seems slow. Rinse and repeat. So it was our 0. All right, that's our 1. Which mod do you want? The cheat one or map location? No worries, Nancy. Oh, the cheat one? Yeah, I can show it to you. Hold on. Hey, welcome to the chat, boss. All right, let me rename these files and we'll check out some mods. This is Path Force 0. Path Force 1. Path Force 2. Path Force 3. Path Force 4. Well, there's a couple different ways to deal with inventory, but bigger backpack is probably the one you're thinking about. Let's see. Where's my Nexus? All right, the inventory one that I use is called Bigger Backpack. So it's this one here. This one's pretty good. Absolutely. Happy to help. Let's see. So we'll throw that in there. So that's the Bigger Backpack one. Again, that's not the right one. There it is, Bigger Backpack. So that's the one that I normally use. It just adds one more row. You have to purchase it. The cheat one, there's a couple different ones for time freezing. The cheats menu is overkill for time freezing, but that's this one here, the CJB cheats menu. Let me see if I still have my... I used to have a time freeze mod installed, but I don't think I have it anymore. I took it off. There are some mods to manipulate time. See if I can remember. Time speed's pretty good. Let's see what we have here. I think this one just changes time, though. I don't know if you can pause time in this one. Yeah, this one has a freeze or unfreeze time. This one might be worth looking at. If you're just wanting to manipulate time, this one can be pretty good. I used to run this one, but I don't have it currently installed. Let's see. Any others that look... See if I remember using any other ones. Yeah, I haven't used any of these other ones. There might be... They might be good. I've used the time speed and I've used the cheats menu. That one, so hopefully those help you. Okay, next up we need to capture what's on my list. Absolutely, happy to help. I think we need to get a horse run through the grass just at normal speed. That's probably the only one we'll need. Because we just need to compare that with the normal runs, so I think we'll be okay. I don't think I need all the different speeds through here, because the grass doesn't affect the horse, so there's no point in showing it at all the different speeds. Alright, so this is grass, horse, 0. Okay. Let's see what we have. So on foot, we have a full set of dirt, tile, and grass. The one I'm using right now is the cheats menu. So it has a whole time tab here where you can freeze time inside, only in caves, everywhere. You can hide the thing if you want. You can set time to whatever time you want it to be. You can set the date. Like I said, this is a cheat menu. This really isn't that... I probably wouldn't play with most of this stuff on, but you can actually do that. Now, in the one that I was showing you, though, I don't think this one has it, but let me look. If you check out, like this one, this time speed one, I think this one has... This you can change the pacing of time. And I thought, and I can't remember for sure, I thought you could actually make it so that it would pause time at the end of the day so you don't pass out. But I can't remember if it does that or not. Hey Nancy, welcome back. But yeah, so that's what I'm using here. I just have time frozen everywhere. But this will break things as well. Just be aware, if you start to use this mod, it can break things in the game. So, like I said, probably wouldn't recommend it for normal playthroughs, but it can be good for testing things, trying to figure stuff out like we're doing. It makes it easier just to kind of do stuff. So yeah, you can set a key here to just toggle the time freeze on and off if you wanted to. Okay, let's see, back to the spreadsheet here. Yeah, it does a lot of crazy stuff. Like you can just give yourself money. You can set things on and off in here. You can give yourself all the skills if you wanted to. You can change the weather. You can just give people friendship levels. You can just warp to places like this. This is pretty crazy, right? You can just warp around town, even places that you can't be, right? So for instance, if we go to the island farm here, like we haven't made it to Ginger Island yet. So if you look here, it's even still going to have the blockages here. So it can do bad things to your game. Now let's see, what else does it do? Time. Yeah, you can just basically you could just click in here and like turn on all the community center stuff and be done with the community center. It does some crazy stuff for sure. Okay, we did the dirt run, we did the tile run, we did the grass run. We did the horse in the dirt, horse on the tiles, one horse in the grass. I think those are all good. Do we want to record? Let's look at our data, our mining run. 42 seconds to... Yeah, it didn't make a big enough difference, so... I don't think the tile to the mine is worth recording. I think we might just go with those racetracks. So my plan is to crop those out and run a whole bunch at the same time so you can see the differences in speed. And we'll make a video out of that. That'll be part of our video. All right, let's see how ridiculously fast we can get. Woohoo! Go, horsey! All right, I'm gonna go ahead and slip out, take a quick break. I'll be right back. Okay, we are back. Let's hit the wiki again here and see if there's anything else that we would need to address. Now I'm going to have to pull some images and stuff like that, but I'll do that off stream. All right, let's see. Back to the wiki. Okay, so we covered the base. Oh, we didn't do a walking version. Okay, let's record some walking versions just for illustration purposes. It's a test world that we put together just for building stuff. Okay, so let's go ahead and put that back to normal. Take auto run off. We probably should have done this. I think that's about where we were. Probably should have done this when we did the originals, but that's okay. All right, let's get this recording going. This is going to take a while. Oh, man. That's a slow roll there. I don't know if I'll use this footage or not. I feel like the Jeopardy music should be playing at this point. You like Leo? Leo's a good one. Whew. That was a slow one. Oh, check that out. Even with our move speed set to 10, the walking isn't affected. Oh, there, now it's affected by it. All right, that was weird. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and capture some footage here. Let's see, walking. Let's go dirt. Dirt, walking. All right, I'm gonna grab some footage of. All right, that should be good enough for that. I can always record more of that later if I need to. Menu. All right, I don't think I'm going to do the walking in the tile. That doesn't really matter. All right, let's go ahead and record one over here. Oh, we're so slow. Ridiculously slow. Can you imagine playing the whole game at this speed? It'd take you forever to get anything done. Whew. That was painful. Although now I am curious. So it took us 42 seconds to get from the mine to home. How long would it take us? Nancy hitting big jackpots tonight. Congratulations. All right, this is just for our own information because I'm not going to use this in the video, but let's get our stopwatch going. Let's see how long it takes us to slow walk home. And we're off. 147,792. I almost want to play a game where we have to move at this speed. It'd be painful though. We're going to see how long it's going to take us to get all the way back to the farm from the mines. It'd be rough, man. You'd have to either just resolve to passing out a lot or just know that you have to give yourself huge amounts of time to get home or to move around. We're slow rolling it all the way home. Uh-oh, the horse might be in the way. I'm probably not going to do it again, so we'll just walk around the horse. That's fine. Alright, took a minute 42 to get home. Alright, so walking... $102. We'll call it. So that would be, what's this calculation? What did I divide it by? Oh, multiply it by 10 seconds? No. That would be 60, 120. That'd be 2 hours and 20 minutes, 2 hours and 30 minutes of in-game time to walk home, roughly. So 2.5 hours to get to the mines, 2.5 hours to get home. At that speed, that would be insane. All right, let's turn that back on. That's why everybody plays with auto run on. Okay, back to the wiki. See if we missed anything else. Wiki. There we go. Okay, walking, running, horse. We could do the horse with a carrot, just as an illustration. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do a carrot horse. Come on, buddy. That's set to normal. Now the carrot's an all-day buff. All right, buddy, here you go. He loves carrots. Excuse me. All right, let's get this recording done. Now that won't make a huge difference, honestly. We're probably looking at 3/4 of a second, maybe, difference between that run and a normal non-carrot run, but dirt, horse, carrot, 0. All right, that'll be fine. Okay, back to the wiki. Variety of positive and negative buffs, food, drink, permanent. We've dealt with all that. Speed is also by terrain, but not while riding a horse. Terrain or debuffs may decrease player speed. The speed is never decreased below 1. So that's the minimum. Drinks increase player speed. We dealt with that. Talked about that. We calculated that. The flooring, we did that. Grass, we did that. Crops are the same as grass, so I'm not going to worry too much about that. Slither legs, we did that. We accommodated for these numbers. We accommodated for that buff. I'm not going to worry about these 3-second buffs and stuff like that. We'll talk about them, but okay. I think that covers everything that we've got going here. So to kind of wrap up today, we've got some time here. I think let's pop out and I want to check out I'm going to turn on the zombie mod and let's see what it does. All right, let's fire up our mods here real quick. So I do use a mod manager, which allows me to switch mods and then just restart. But it does have to reconfigure them every time, so it does take a second. But it's not too bad. All right, zombie outbreak. All right, let's just start a new save here. We don't want to mess anything up. Oh, we'll just say zombies for everything. We're just going to delete this save anyway. I'm not going to worry too much about it. I'm just curious as to what it does. Now, we do still have our cheats on, but I'm going to... Let's turn time back on, because that might impact some things. Alright, wake up, people! I want to see if any of you are zombies. No one's awake yet. Oh, lots of shells on the beach today. Whee! Oh, that's cool. So with the shortcuts not done, you're blocked here. But interesting enough, the path is still there. That's kind of cool. You'd be blocked to get to it, but... Alright, everybody wake up! Alright, I'm tired of waiting. Rise and shine, everybody. All right, Pierre's not a zombie. All right, no zombies in there. I don't see any zombies there. No zombies. The mayor's not a zombie. He looks healthy. Sam looks healthy. They look healthy. I wonder if the kids can become zombies. No zombie. Are you a zombie? Don't look like it. You guys don't look like zombies. Okay. Now I don't know if it can happen throughout the day or if it happens on spawn. Yeah, let's take a look here. Daily zombie chance. Ah, there we go. Infection radius, infection chance per second. So it can happen all day. Well, you know what? Give me some zombies. Let's see what happens. Oh, I don't know if I saved that. Did I save that? Yeah, we saved it. Infection chance per second? Yeah, sure. Everybody's gonna become a zombie. Well, you're not a zombie. Alright, let's go save the day, see what happens. We accidentally got 6 people. Can I become a zombie? I think you can become a zombie. See if there's anything in the mail about zombies. Willie. In response to the recent outbreak and with help of Demetrius, I've come up with a potential cure for zombification. Unfortunately, I don't have all the ingredients on hand, but here's a list of what you'll need. New crafting recipe zombie cure. Solar essence, Joja Cola, red mushroom, purple mushroom, coal. That's not an easy early game recipe. Alright, wake up everybody. It's time to become zombies. Rise and shine. Uh-oh. Lewis is a zombie. He's all green. Okay, can we check zombification in here? Got Lewis. Appears to be the only one. Gar. Rararg. Rar gar har rar har rar. Ar gar ar rar gar. Har gar gar har gar gar har. Ah rag ra rar ga. Har rar gar. Okay, buddy. Uh-oh, I'm a zombie. Uh-oh, I turned into a zombie. So I talked to Lewis and he turned me into a zombie. Oh, we got debuffs. All right. You feel a strange urge for brains and an uncontrollable hunger. -1 attack. Unknown contingent. You feel a strange urge for brains. -1 defense. -0.5 speed. Okay. Alright, let's go get zombified again. Come on. Can't talk to him. I don't know if it's a proximity thing. Okay, where are you going? Oh, see if he turns anybody in here into zombies. I think it's actually replacing the existing text. So that's probably still saying what it originally would have said, but now it's just replacing existing text. Okay. Did anybody else become a zombie? Doesn't look like it. Alright, see if we can trap... Oh, Abigail's leaving. I was going to try to trap Abigail next to Lewis, but... We should have stayed a zombie to see if we could turn people into zombies. Alright, Lewis, I'm not sure what you're going to do today, so... Let's see if he stays a zombie overnight. Oh, Pierre's a zombie now. And Lewis is still a zombie. Well, if Pierre's a zombie, wouldn't Caroline naturally probably end up being a zombie too? Closed on Wednesdays, huh? Can't stop me. Alright, so if you talk to a zombie, you become a zombie. Alright, now can I go turn somebody else into a zombie? Oh, we just got close to Caroline. Alright, we didn't even have to talk to her. Let's go find somebody else. How about... Oh, somebody left their house. Oh, it's Lewis. Come out of your room. Alright, see if we can take... Oh, so he touched us and became a zombie. Alright, can we give him this? I can't believe I'm back to normal. You're a lifesaver. Alright, are you cured then? So it's looking like if you have the cure, you can't become a zombie 2 days in a row. Oh, Lewis is on his way to see Marnie, I think. Alright, let's see if Lewis turns Marnie into a zombie. Alright, we'll try to stay away from him. We'll hide over here. Now he might stand across the counter, so if there's no contact... Yeah, I don't think it's just proximity. Okay, we got to within a tile. Oh, okay. That turned Marnie into a zombie. So, doesn't take like a tile or two away. Okay, that's 2 tiles. Let's slow ourselves down here. They can turn the kids into zombies. So it looks to be about 2 tiles. And the infection spreads. Alright, well, what happens if the whole town turns into zombies? You're that new farmer boy, aren't you? I can't remember what else she says. Alright, it's interesting, but outside of us having debuffs and the inability to talk to anybody once they become a zombie, I really don't know what else it does. I think it's more just goofy. There's nothing wrong with that as a mod, but... Oh, here's an idea. Let's see. Will Willie become a zombie in the cutscene? Or do we have to wait until we actually talk to him? Ahoy there, son. Oh, he got close to us. And if somebody is a zombie for a cutscene, what will it do? Yep, so the proximity in the cutscene didn't do it. Or maybe he's immune. Linus should be immune. Yeah, you can get him across the counter. You should lock your door. There's zombies about. I think Linus, for all of his travels, Wizard should be immune. Linus is not. Let's see, can we get to the wizards? Let's see. Dark Talisman? No. Club card. Magic ink. What happens if you sleep as a zombie? Har and raw. That's pretty good. Yeah, I think it takes existing dialogue and changes it. That's what it feels like. What else do we have to unlock? Oh, here we go. Room wizard. Will that do it for us? No. Rescue key. Yeah. Well, what about that and that? Alright, well, I don't think I can force my way into the wizard's tower. Anything else? Don't think so. That wouldn't matter. That shouldn't matter. There. There we go. Something triggered it. Nope, not immune. Now, we gave Shane the cure yesterday. Oh, I don't have my maps. I don't have all my mods installed. Oh, he's a zombie again, though. Alright. Yeah, I'm back to normal. You're a lifesaver. Okay. We saved Shane and his family. It appears that once... Oh! She became a zombie again. Oh no, that's just a glitch, I think, because they're talking normal. So I just don't think the thing changed. Why are there parrots flying around on our... Oh, that's for perfection. That's hilarious. Okay, let's do this. We need to trigger some cutscenes with somebody who's a zombie. How do we get a heart of friendship with Jess? She must really like that zombie cure or something. Okay. That should trigger a cutscene or two. Okay, there's zombie kids. Well, they talk zombie. They do in the cutscenes. That's hilarious. Oh, Jas we cured, remember? So her graphics wrong, but we did cure her. So she's speaking human. He's not cured, though. Yeah. So I think it's literally just taking the existing text and running some kind of an algorithm on it. Right? Well, and I think it uses the same graphics. It just puts a green filter over top of them, essentially. It's full of bugs. Rar gag? What do you do with the bugs, Vincent? I usually squish them. I squish them? Can't remember the exact line. Hold on. We're going to look it up. I want to compare the text. Vincent. Alright, this is what, their 8 heart event? Oh, it doesn't give me all the text. Okay. I don't remember the exact line. Alright, well anyway. Leah's not a zombie. We're going to trigger cutscenes all over the place here. Marnie we cured. Gus isn't a zombie. Crap, where are we? I'm stuck. I think I got them all. I forgot we clicked on that we finished the Joja Mart as well as the community center. Joja! Okay, again, we gave Shane the cure. Alright, let's go sleep again. Alright, who's all zombie? Gus is still fighting it off. Alright, let's go see if we can infect Shane. Oops. Walked right through the building. Okay, so it doesn't keep them immune forever. We reinfected her. Reinfected you, I'm gonna assume. Yep. Okay, let's see if we can infect everybody. Gus, Evelyn, Clint, Demetrius. Ooh, can Krobus get affected? Do we have the key? Rusty key. Or is Krobus immune? Oh, sure, it's Friday. Can't tell if he turned green or not. I'll have to check on a different day. Alright, Elliot's been infected. Gus was fighting it off. Alright, who else is holding on? Evelyn and George. Ooh, the dwarf. I'm surprised Abigail. Because Pierre got infected. Alright, Gus, sorry. Had to be done. Just a cutscene or two. Alright, the molar's fully infected. Abigail. Let's go see if we can catch Leah. Shh. Done. Alright, who are we missing? Oh, looks like Robin got infected. Clint and Pam. I can't imagine Pam's immune system would have been that good. Got Pam. Oh, Penny's not infected. Got Clint. Gunther's immune. Oosh. Oh, I got her on the way by. Cutscene after cutscene. Wakey wakey! Become a zombie. Alright, we got Maru and Demetrius. The dwarf. Harvey. Alright, I'm gonna leave Mario and Demetrius, see if Robin takes care of them. Now the dwarf's just a vendor. As is Marlin. Nope, we infected the dwarf. What about Gil? Proven adventures only. I don't know if I can turn that on or not. Nope, they're immune. Alright, non-infectable. I'm gonna guess Krobus probably is non-infectable as well. Although he is on our list here. Alright, Maru's still hanging on. We have to find Harvey. Oh, Krobus looks green. I think we did infect Krobus. Oh, I gotta see what happens when Clint turns blue. Now that he's already green. Nice, Nancy! You're on a roll tonight. 150. I don't think I'm much above 50 myself. $48. All right. Let's see if he turns blue here. Think he feels sorry for you? It is interesting reading the dialogue this way. Roar? Oh, he did change, but the green overrode the blue. All right, who do we need to find? We gotta find Harvey. All right, Harvey. I think we're down to Maru and Demetrius. Demetrius and Maru. Good on them for staying healthy. Yeah, you were saying the air quality there was pretty bad. Okay. Well, the whole town is now infected. Or at least everybody we can currently talk to. I mean, it's cool. I like the mod. It's fun. I just don't know that it really adds anything else gameplay-wise. Let's sleep again. Oh, we got 23 emails. Because we gave everybody full friendship. It's probably a lot of recipes. Yeah, I don't see anything. That might be a possibility. Zombie villagers turn green. Okay, cured players can't be infected again the same day. Yeah, I think that's pretty much all it does. It changes their dialogue, which is a cool... I'll give them credit for making it so it takes the existing dialogue and zombifies it. That's pretty funny. That's well done. Okay, it's a fun little mod. But I don't know that I'm going to run it. Especially given that recipe. That recipe's a little rough. 5 solar essence, Joja Cola, red mushroom, purple mushroom, and coal. I mean, you get 5, I guess, but it's going to be a while before you get the solar essence. That's what I mean, you get a debuff and I can't, and it changes the dialogue, and I think that's it. Now the question is, can we buy? It's still too early. Everybody wake up. Harvey, what's your schedule today? Are you working? All right, looks like Harvey's going to work. Here, Harvey, I'll help you. Here you go. If he sells the zombie cures... Can't you buy stuff from here? I thought you could. Maybe that's later. Guess not. Maybe it just comes later. Yeah. I might be missing something just because we're exploiting the crap out of this save here. Okay, it's cool. I like it, but I don't know if it's enough to build a playthrough around. It adds a little bit of goofy fun. Restriction super healthy meal. Cauliflower, parsnip soup, fried calamari. Yeah, these are just all the friendship recipes kicking in here. Close to some of the townspeople who want to show someone. Yeah, I think it could add to, if you had another playthrough going where you're doing some kind of savior or something, I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, that's all just normal crap. Okay, cute. I like it. Cute is maybe not the right word, but... Now, the other one that we do want to look at, I'll have to do some testing on, is the, is this one. This one I'm thinking about trying to build a playthrough around, though. Because this is a story mod. I'm trying to find more things that add story. But it's got... new quest lines, new NPCs, friend monsters, new locations, new items. Visit the monster research wing. That's a whole new room. 5 more NPCs. Friendly monsters. Monster history. Yeah, this one looks like it could be a lot of fun. New items. Yeah, I think I'm going to try to use this as a core and build a playthrough around this one. An Adventurers Guild theme seems kind of cool. Make it a combat theme. We have to tie in... The other thing I want to try to find... What do we got for teleport mods? Teleport from anywhere to anywhere. I liked the teleport in the Sword and Sorcery. Teleportation tool. Cursor. Trials of the Teleporting Totems. That could be something. not merely passways tester, they are anchors woven into the fabric. This one, I might have to dig into this one a little bit, maybe. Let's see. Instead of learning warp totem recipes by reaching a new skill, the wizard will introduce you to the lore of warping magic. Totemic bundles only appear in their designated locations between 9 and 12. You must complete a bundle to gain totem knowledge. Unlocking return scepter. Okay, that's interesting. Teleportation tool. Teleportation menu. Because I don't want an overpowered teleporter. Oh, blink teleport. That looks interesting. JP's teleport. Portal. Lets you teleport to the cursor using a custom keybind with poof effect and sound. Blinky takes 10 stamina. If mana bar is installed, use mana. Oh, yeah. When you make that switch, you kind of get absorbed into it. All right. I might have to look into this one. This Trials of the Teleporting Totems. Hey, Nancy, congrats on being the chat boss. Spoilers. All right, this might be, but this is, I think, just uses the existing teleportation spots, so it's just a different way of accessing them, I think. So that's, it's all right, but not what I'm looking for. I literally just kind of want the sword and sorcery teleportation system. Teleport. What's this one? Stardew Waystones. Craft and place waystones anywhere you like on your farm or across the valley. Upon placing a waystone, you'll be prompted to give it a custom name. Clicking on any waystone opens a selection menu. Simply click on your destination to be teleported. Click the wrench button in the top right to enter edit mode. Drag and drop an arrow icon to rearrange. This one's interesting. Craftable. Try to certain areas. Sure, stable logically implemented. Yeah, this one might be worth looking into. Depends on what it takes to craft them. Okay, I might look into that one as well. Alrighty. Cool. Let me slip out real quick. Take another quick break, and then we'll see what we can find for a raid target. I'll be right back. All right, we are back. So thank you guys all for hanging out with me tonight. We dug deep into the old movement speed system. And I guess we got parsnips. Let's throw those on the floor. We'll horror down some zombie cure there. Doesn't really matter because I'm going to delete this save anyway. So it doesn't, not really a big deal. Okay, let's for tomorrow we're going to do our members only stream. Might be earlier in the day, and then no night stream tomorrow night, I don't think. Going out for festivities with the family, if you will, for 4th of July, and we'll be back on Sunday to do something. If I can get the, I'm debating on whether we're going to do another Stardew run next. Or if we're going to do play a little bit of the Lost Starship. I don't know yet. But I'm intrigued by this Adventurers Guild mod that we found. So I'm gonna dig into that a little bit and see if we can find some complementary mods to hook in with that. And that's probably gonna be our next Stardew run. All right, so I think that's gonna do it for us. Thank you guys so much. I do appreciate the time you spend with us. Thank you for making gaming. Yeah, happy birthday to Victus if I don't see you. Actually, it is his birthday, right? Yeah, it's past midnight here. Thank you for making gaming a positive influence on the world. We do appreciate that. We'll leave you like we always do. Go watch, play, or create something great. Be a part of a gaming community in whatever capacity makes the most sense for you. Thank you so much for being a part of our community. I do appreciate each and every one of you. Have a wonderful rest of your day, evening, morning, or night. And I will see members. We'll see you tomorrow. And then the rest of everybody else, I'll see you over at Elite. We'll get the Elite rate in here. And then I'll see you on Sunday. All right, everybody. Take care. We will catch you later.